Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to Falling Sand Simulation live stream. Man, it's been a while. If you watched the last stream, you might find that I have made quite a bit of progress since I last streamed by accident. Did a little bit of mining off camera, if you know what I'm saying. Alright, how do I tell YouTube to not do what it's doing? There we go. I have chat up on my phone so I can actually read it. Alright. I was trying to experiment with binary meshers. It's basically like a really fast and efficient greedy mesher. Probably even run it like every frame, which kind of needs to happen because, well, the simulation updates things quite often, which is a huge difficulty with everything about this because rendering voxels, greedy meshing exists. Easy. You don't really have. You can take the performance hit of loading up all those meshes because, well, hold on, dusty off my laptop. You can take the performance hit of that because you only need to generate those when you load them up or when you make changes. So if you like break or play something, but that usually doesn't happen as much. Whereas with the falling sand simulation, it's more likely that things are updating way more often, and a lot of things are. So it makes things quite complicated. I have actually improved the performance of the simulation. So we'll go ahead and pop into the simulation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Alright, let's go ahead and run. So here's the current state of things. I have got chunks working, yeah, so you can see that things load. I've also attempted to make transparency work between chunks. It kind of does, but you can also tell there's some depth buffer issues. There is some transparency working, you can see. Is not great. Yeah, I tried. The other thing is, the I really want to change the way that things stored. So far, particles cannot go between chunks, and really, what I think is probably better to just have all the particles in one data set, and then have stop drawing. Have some sort of easy way to add and remove areas of the data, basically chunks of it, and select from areas, because in terms of the simulation, chunks are not great and they kind of make things more complicated than I want to deal with, especially when it comes to the problem where particles can't go between the chunks. It gets kind of complicated, especially if there's any sort of multi-threading, which, yeah, not a fan of trying to deal with that. There's also a lot of depth issues, but those kind of go away when you exit the chunk. There's no more depth issue, or when you're, because technically, okay, so I'm gonna guess what the problem here is technically these are all just real geometry cubes. So each chunk is just a one large cube, and then the fragment shader renders the particles using ray marching. And the thing that happened, the problem is first off, the particles uh, depth testing on those is very broken, so it doesn't really help when you're inside of the chunk, because you're actually just inside of a piece of real geometry, and the depth kind of breaks. Yeah. Transparency also seems to have some issues. There's a lot of things that I don't want to deal with. So that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, the reason I want to switch to rendering real geometry is partly because of that. I just don't want to deal with the depth. Why try to deal with it? And when it comes to actually adding real gameplay, like adding actual real geometry, and if I want to add textures get pretty difficult. I don't even want to imagine how to deal with that. And actually rendering real geometry gets more complicated, especially when the depth is kind of broken, and I don't want to fix that either. Yeah, like if I had like, I don't know, some animals or something, then trying to do that is kind of not the best experience. Okay. What else is there? Yeah, the only thing that chunks really are for is, well, currently the only thing they're for is for saving and loading the data into files, which, yeah, that's pretty much it. Because all this data could just be in one value or array or whatever, and just shift the offsets and stuff as you load. But the problem is with the 3D array, which is how everything's stored in the chunks now, it's not great because that shouldn't happen. I guess, yeah, I've also kind of broke the simulation, but okay. But yeah, it's not great because it's kind of hard to like select an area. So I've been looking into like other data structures as well, because there's a lot of wasted memory. All of the air is just a bunch of zeros. Not really the best. Not really horrible either, but not the best in terms of loading and saving, or yeah, loading and saving the, well, it's more like saving the file. Saving this file, it also uses a load of RAM, I'm sure. I'm sure if I also have a memory leak somewhere, it's gonna freaking murder my computer. Let's see, how do I know which one is my game? Who's using the most memory? Okay. Yeah, we're using 2 gigabytes almost, 2 gigabytes of RAM just for this. That's a lot. And that's just, this is all pretty much just a bunch of zeros. And yeah, zeros still take up storage, so, it's quite a lot. At least I don't have a memory leak. So I was looking into using octrees. That's been an experience. Octrees don't quite seem to be great for constantly updating. I'm not entirely sure though. There's also not really, I haven't found like any implementations of it or good ones for C++. So, um, now where I left off was trying to test out this binary mesher. There's one that someone wrote based off this, but they wrote it in Rust, and it runs and stuff. The Rust one runs and stuff. Uh, but I want to use this one that it was based on, which is in C++. So that's already a huge bonus. But I can't quite get it to work for some reason. Yeah. If I there's a refresh, you can see it kind of works if I spam whatever key it is to do something, but then there's some sort of OpenGL error somewhere, so it just doesn't quite work. And I'm not entirely sure why. I know where the error ends up printing. It had to do with the draw, but that doesn't really mean much because something else in the past could have happened. I don't want to read through all this code, but it's also not really that much. So maybe first off, it would really help to code cleanup whole project. Well, okay. That's gonna take a while. I also kind of added some stuff in here to try and find out the error. GL error. So if we can look this up. 0x824c. Yes. Alright. Why does my cursor disappear? Alright. Are there any GL docs? I don't understand. My cursor disappearing. Okay. Meaning of errors. Catching errors easy way. During init enable debug output. Debug message callback. Okay. Do we do that? I didn't write this code, by the way. I have no idea. GL. Create window, make context, destroy window, message callback, which is used here, yeah. GL debug, message control. Source type. GL debug severity. Low, high, medium, and notification. Oh, it's something. Severity high. Invalid operation.
There's the whole 5-pack is in my room at the feet of my bed. I have 3 of them left.
Draw elements, but only first column. If a non-zero buffer object name is bound to an enabled array or the element array, and the buffer object's data store is currently mapped.
Lowered your CPA. Yeah, when did you get it? Well, there's one. There, I got the C in jazz band last year. Like we always showed up late. Jacob gave that. So that's also a C in that. So is that?
For OpenGL core context, you cannot pass a client-side array for the indices parameter of drawElements or drawElements instance. In both cases, you need to create an index buffer and storing your indices in this buffer. You cannot pass a client-side array for the indices of drawElements. What am I running? drawElements indirect. So vertex array element array buffer IBO.
Mostly A's, I could convince them that it really was just like that. It's not like you could do it. I think they should see that in my transparency.
All right.
That's weird. I feel like it's one thing if I got consistency, they'd be like that.
Okay, storage element array buffer.
I realized that, they need to be places on time. However, when I have to
non-zero. Why, hello there, Archie. So you can't chat. You should really just get like a burner Google account. Just deal with it. Just make a Google account, just specifically so you can chat here. Oh, they require a phone number now? That's dumb. Just make a burner phone number.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is this bind vertex array? Can you get burner phone numbers in the US? I don't think so. I don't really know. I have no idea. I've just made that up on the fly. Why is this crashing? It's not crashing, it's just not working. Index buffer. So you bind the index buffer. Get integer v, vertex array binding. I'd ask ChatGPT, but it does not. It just suggests stuff. It doesn't really, like, help me out, like, oh, yes, you are doing something wrong somewhere. No, it doesn't have a single damn clue. We're not dealing with textures. OpenGL error. Draw buffers. Okay, finally OpenGL pages. GL draw. We need this function. I'm going to assume that it is incredibly simple to get there by just doing that. Yeah. In the UK, we have it. You can just go into a shop and buy a SIM card with cash. But I don't think they have that in most countries. Interesting. Anyway, okay. Indirect draw count. Okay. Specifies the kind of primitives to render. Points, lines. We're doing triangles. Specifies the type of data in the buffer bound the GL element array buffer. So that. Yeah. So something about that, okay. So the type of data and the buffer bound to there. So whatever the type of data is in here is unsigned int. Okay. Integer v. I think this is just some error checking code that I added that's not necessary for anything real. Okay. Indirect specifies the address of a structure containing an array of draw parameters. So void 0. Okay. Specifies the number of elements in the array addressed by indirect. Specifies the distance and basic machine units between the elements of a draw parameter array. Multi-draw element specifies multiple indexed geometric primitives with very few subroutine calls.
One girl in my class was like, I don't understand people with depression. And she's like, whenever I'm like in my bed and I'm sad up and I'm crying, I just like stop and tell myself I'm pathetic.
A single call to GL multi-draw element indirect is equivalent, assuming no errors are generated too. Okay.
And she's like, all
Here we go. Invalid. So we're getting invalid operation. So it's one of these four. Invalid operation is generated if no buffer is bound to the array buffer binding, or if such a buffer's data store is currently mapped. What does that mean? Is generated if a non-zero buffer object name is bound to an enabled array. Something. Okay, we've seen that. Generated if a geometry shader is active and mode is incompatible with the input primitive type of geometry shader. I don't think there's any geometry shaders in here, but I could be wrong. This doesn't seem like it. So probably not that one. Generated if mode is GL patches and no. Okay, so it's one of these two. So we probably want to copy those. I'm sure GPT can help. We'll just make a new chat. Alright. I don't want to copy that code over though. It's so much work. The docs say this about the possible reasons for the error on the function. This. I don't know why my cursor keeps disappearing. And we're just going to remove some of my random little check doodads. Okay. Go ahead and copy that. I am getting an OpenGL error when this code. There is more code, but I am too lazy to paste that in. We'll copy the error. And excuse me, it might be productive to also give it main, which is also pretty much the bulk of this. Hopefully it's not too many characters. And then, what is it? Chunk render.h. Is this just a header file? Jeez. Okay, chunk render.h. Chunk render.h. Is it render? Yeah. Render. Hopefully it's not too many characters. Oh my god. Okay. Let me copy this. Can I edit? Okay. We can probably rip some of this code out. Meshing threads. I don't know how much of this. So let's not add that. I don't need to care. Init window. Okay, somewhere in here we have create test chunk. If me thread, like this big if statement somewhere. If load is true. Generate terrain. My cursor keeps dying. Still too large? Okay. There we go. It looks like the code snippet for your main file is partially truncated. From what is visible, your program appears to be a 3D terrain rendering engine using OpenGL, GLDO, and multi-threading for meshing tasks. The rest of the code, specifically the section handling mesh data initialization, is incomplete. No, I asked you about this. Obviously, you didn't see that. No buffer bound to GL element array buffer. Ensure that you have a valid buffer bound to GL element array buffer. If you're using an index buffer, it must be bound before calling GL bind buffer before calling draw elements. Element buffer objects, which is that, I'm gonna assume. So yeah, we're doing that. Buffer's data store is mapped. This can happen if you've mapped a buffer and forgot to unmap it. Before issuing a draw call, ensure that relevant buffers are unmapped. Oh, I hate when I do that. Okay. Nope. Better, maybe, but still not. Do we ever map? If you call map buffer or map buffer range. GL map buffer. These are all in Glen. Can I like exclude certain files? Okay, we don't care about libraries. Okay, so we're not doing that. Oh. Libraries. Okay. We also never used glad. if you're using an indirect draw call, like GL draw, the buffer object bound to draw must not be mapped. Ensure buffer is not mapped. GL draw indirect buffer. Command buffer. Ensure the buffer is not mapped. Nope. If your VAL vertex array object references any VBO vertex buffer object that is currently mapped, it can also trigger this error. Check all your buffer bindings. Unmap any mapped buffers associated with your VAL. Where do we do VAL?
It's alternating crisscrosses.
GL bind buffer array buffer.
Cross like this. Go the opposite way.
Bind vertex array.
So basically what I is doing with this part.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Unmap the map buffers. Use debug callback to get information. The message might give you hints. Example setup. Alright, let's revert all of this. Here is the render function. What do we call buffer? Get draw command. Here's the init. Here's the render. And I think this is called at some point after init. I should probably figure out where buffer is called because it sets up stuff. Where is buffer called? Main. Insberr, recommend me a song. I have no idea. I need more context. So we call, when we create a test chunk, we call buffer. Then we also call it here so we're calling it when we create chunks. This is called when we create chunks. Let's make sure it's fully. Yeah. We don't call this in the run loop though. Yeah. In your init function, you are calling GL buffer data on IBO with indices size. However, indices size returns the number of elements in the vector, not the byte size. The size should be calculated ensure that structure aligns with expected layout. JL dynamic draw usage. If you're frequently using dynamic draw, which is fine for the data that changes often, but ensure you're calling buffer data or buffer stub data correctly. Using incorrect offsets or sizes can corrupt buffer data. validate that num commands matches the actual number of commands in the value, or in the buffer. Okay, so let's try this. The GL buffer data in init. So it really needs to be indices that size times the type. I mean, that could make sense. Alright, that's not it.
Can't wait to be done with my butterfly top so I can wear it. And I can't wait to be done with it too. Why? Oh, because the make shoes. I actually can't wait to be done with the scarf so I can make a butterfly top.
Index count, instance count, first index, base vertex, base instance. Okay.
I feel like I work on my application though, because we're constantly and
I have my doubts. You're frequently using dynamic draw, which is fine for data that changes often, but ensure you're calling the buffer data or buffer subdata correctly, or sizes can corrupt the buffer data. In the render function, ensure that draw commands data points to valid data. This is also being multi-threaded, which is probably...
Synthetic and A.
No, this isn't being called multi-thread. But there is draw commands being added multi-threadedly? I don't know, because they're all added. Just make sure.
It was actually so fun. Basically, we had this 3D modeling program, and then we were given like an image or like a video or something, and we were told to figure out how to make it.
So can you help me make some stuff in a cat burger?
That's what it was, yeah. I mean, I don't remember everything, but I'm sure I could figure out. It wasn't too hard. Honestly, though, I don't think that would be a bad job. Now that I think about it, I had a lot of fun.
We'll see where your noodles.
Go down that path of aeronautical engineering.
Pointer to data.
What game?
Where are your noodles?
In brown bag in my closet. Grab my room, please. One engineering slash technical class. I'm applying for an engineering degree.
Say that again?
Said I'm glad I took at least one engineering slash technical class if I'm applying for an engineering degree.
Spicy ranch.
Okay.
Spicy ranch.
I probably have done like 20 rows out of 100.
I love fiber art.
5 hours.
In
Any song you think. What did I last listen to? Probably something. I don't know.
transcript.
Last year. I hate
Alexa, set a 2-minute timer.
Okay,
2 minutes, starting now.
Imagine not having mollies.
points to valid data. Validate that num command matches the actual number of commands in the buffer.
I think from what I've heard, AP psychology is the hardest AP class or school offers.
I should take it.
Make sure the VAO has the required state set up
And
correctly.
maybe that's just because almost every gen ed kid has taken it and then complained about how hard
The
it is.
GL element array buffer binding is part of the VAO state, but the GL and direct.
I'd say the AP class.
You do bind IBO in the render function, which should be sufficient.
Alexa, set a 5-minute timer.
Exploring the opportunity.
Setting timers, 5 minutes, starting now.
Takes the following
No,
argument.
if it was a lot of work, okay.
Type mode.
Yeah.
In your code string is set to 0, this might be fine for tightly packed commands, but you should confirm this. If the commands are not tightly packed, you need to specify the correct stride. Unsigned int, triangles, num commands.
Apparently they got rid of because everyone was failing the class.
These are extreme.
If I keep it, just have only the people that are able to go into it do it. Especially, of course,
In the buffer function, ensure the. Oh my god, why is there so much noise? Ensure the offset and size calculations are correct.
Because I know, like, in my AP Chem class, there was only 10 of us. Like, I can imagine not many people would willingly do AP Physics. Only a few people, and especially because all the people who would do it have spanned the first period. That was the only period they had it.
Oh.
So I think there's such a lack of students.
we try to offer it.
Six Bethel School.
They still have the exam for anyone who wants to take the exam. That's why I'm still in that.
What happens to the one that you're doing?
That's AP Physics. I haven't really done much in it, and I need to start. I'm not too worried though, because I've already taken the hard kind of college level physics class.
So before I draw,
And then there was some physics and calculus too. And so
I'm guessing.
I'm not saying I know everything and that it'll be easy, but I'm not too terribly worried.
Yeah.
Alright, I am back. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Version 1 seems to work. It seems to just be a rendering thing, although it'd be great to know how to actually also render this, so... This is... very confusing. Something is not right. Shaders, 460 core. I have no idea. This can't be the shader, though. No sense. It's so weird. And draw command. What goes on here? Move, get, where's the add? Why did it take me to a place I did not wish to go? Here we go. Okay. source. Let's see, %s. Oh, sources in type is enum surveys x. Search for this. All right, let's see. Trying to debug this is kind of annoying. Chunk render data. Face draw commands. Thread data. Meshing response. Mouse and key callbacks. Create test chunk. Dynamic storage bit. We put the indices into it. View bind, draw and command buffer. So create command buffer. We use it there. We set it there. Or it defaults there. Max draw commands. GL bind vertex array 0. Every time we create a chunk, we're going to add to the buffer, bind buffers, shader storage buffer. Every time that we create a chunk with buffer. Draw indirect buffer. And the number of commands times the size of the commands. Reset the data. I bind the vertex array. Let's remove this. I forgot to let's try that. Also, I forgot to put the slash in the back. Level 64, yeah. Why? Of course, my mouse is gonna die. Let's just create a test chunk. Load. Why? I'm just not swapping the buffers. The next one depend. Why is it not working? Just don't. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Something's not right somewhere. You rendered nothing. Everything's fine. Okay. Commits. Well, obviously it works, you'd think. Let's see if we can find a commit where this thing works still. Current. If we can find merge branch. Still broken. Okay. What's the first problem? There we go, a little funky. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. I wonder if it's just using like integrated graphics instead. Which is the problem the whole time. How do you tell? Okay. Let us go to main. Okay. Imagine. Still using. Oh my god. Alright. Let's find in here where GLs to take over the mouse so it doesn't, so I can. GL. If true, load. Not trying to load. Init window. Here we go. Yeah, we're definitely not using... Alright. GPU. Why is it being slow? Please work. Okay, settings just crashed. Great. Stop that. Why is this crashing?
My asshole is so weird. Maybe it's because I'm like knitting so far up my ass that it hurts.
High performance. Let's try again. Use the right... Yeah, that was the issue the entire time. Oh my god. Ah. Why? Turn on a wire mesh. Keep pressing space to go up. So you can change what the test chunk is. Generating slow compared to the... Oh my god, I hate everything. What is version 1.2?
Mommy said here. Yeah. No.
Alright, I will be right back. I need a break for a minute. Alright, I am back. And I'm so mad. Okay. I guess that is a problem that needs to be fixed. It's not running on the right graphics. Okay. Mouse speed. Because it would be nice if the following animation could run on lower end computers. It isn't even a low end integrated graphics though, like.
I'm calling because I had a reservation that I had to fill out because I had a didn't filled enough that I got to go ahead and reschedule the room. Amber is interested in medicine in the TTPSO.
Alright. Oh, hold on. Alright. No. Something I was using a feature that isn't supported or something. Alright. If I run this now, because it stole my mouse. I'm eating beef jerky. Yeah, that's way better. I don't know what a chunk is necessarily in this. Is this all just one chunk? Or like this is the other nice thing about using real geometry, because going inside of things, just you automatically can see through them, basically, which is a problem, but not. It's at least nice for testing or like developments. Like in the falling sand simulation, you go in to the mesh, or not the mesh, you go into the particles and you cannot see anything but the particle you're inside. Whereas this allows a sort of spectator mode. So tab changes what's there. Oh, 1,000 iterations. Is iterations just like a wasteful, like, generates it multiple times? Because if you, okay, so if you change, if you press, push tab, we're going to generate test chunk. We're going to also change the type. Yeah, this is just a completely separate thing. Just to like test. You could just do one. And this will change like instantly. Yeah. But like even this, which you know is a possibility for sim, only took 175 microseconds. I think that's what that's, or 1 millisecond. Which is plenty fast. Because the simulation is only going to update probably even more than like I already 200 milliseconds. I mean, you want to keep the frame time as well, but these don't have to be frame blocking. Well, no, no, they wouldn't, because when you update the simulation, you just update the mesh. And so long that the simulation doesn't take too long to update. I'm totally all good there. I'll be right back. No, I mean open that. No. What? The white one?
Yeah,
That's yours, I thought.
but I haven't used it since it was last washed.
Which was like never, like when you got it. Alright, I am back. I accidentally opened something I didn't want to open. There you go. I brought my brother over too.
What is up, chat?
Yeah. Hold on.
Non-existent chat.
Okay. We got chat here. Yeah, no one's talking in chat.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. I'm sure, like, the stream title isn't very interesting either. Yeah. Well, like, peak viewers, too.
I think the most amount of viewers I've ever had is 14.
Yeah, so... Also, like, the thumbnail for the stream isn't that appealing. And I haven't really been talking too much either, which doesn't help. Okay, so I've spent the last, like, probably 3 hours. The entire stream, actually. So how long's the stream been?
3 hours.
Yeah, pretty much. I've spent that much time.
So he's a systems engineer.
Okay. I spent that much time trying to get this stupid thing to run just to find out that it was trying to use my integrated graphics. And for some reason that just doesn't support something and it just doesn't work. So now I'm actually trying to mess around with this. So
Why is
this
it called greedy meshing? Because you're trying to milk all of the graphics you can.
well, okay, so I'm trying to well it's an algorithm used for frozen brain fart. It's a greedy meshing is an algorithm for generating a single mesh out of voxels. And the idea of it is this. So you can probably hardly see the blue, which is not great. There's nothing really flat. But this is the idea is
Oh yeah, it turned the face into one face.
it's to reduce the amount of polygons that are drawn, but it's also to make a single mesh. So, how do I describe a mesh? Instead of drawing each of these
Faces.
sets of triangles individually, you can group them all together into one mesh, and that's still one draw call, right? The other idea of greedy meshing is that it only draws faces that you can see.
Yeah.
And which
Like
means
what it does in
nothing
Minecraft.
nothing in here is being generated because they're all connected. Right? So there's no reason to draw anything here.
Yeah.
So that's the other part. So this greedy mesher is a
Procedurally generated.
no, there's just no procedurally generated terrain is procedurally generated. It has nothing to do with voxels or greedy meshing. This one is this greedy meshing is generally fast, but the problem is not fast enough for you to regenerate it super often, basically. So, falling sand simulation, I run into this problem a lot. It's like I could do all these standard things for voxels, but I can't because they update often.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. It's hard to say every frame because it's not technically every frame. It's a set interval of time. Well, right, but it's often more often than you're breaking a block every second, and okay, yeah, just regenerate the whole mesh for the chunk you're in. This is the entire world that's visible to you is likely updating every frame in the worst case scenario, right? Which would not be happening because it doesn't need to update that fast. But at least right now. But maybe in the future it might. So that's one thing is this is gonna be updating often. So this greeting measure is a special greeting measure that's generally a lot faster. So if I like press tab, it's gonna generate this. You see how fast it can switch, especially the larger ones. Like this is pretty much mostly filled. 2 milliseconds to generate the mesh for this entire thing right here. That is pretty good.
Oh, and there's like alternating stuff and like gaps and things.
Yeah, well, there are, but yeah. But that is pretty good to have 2 milliseconds to generate that, right?
Oh my, 714,000 vertexes.
Yeah. It would be reduced a lot if it was, filled. But this is like a worst case scenario. So like, I think if I press space, it'll regenerate. Yeah.
I mean, it takes slightly more time when you're spamming it, but...
Well, the time varies. But generally about 2.5 milliseconds. Which isn't great, but you only need to regenerate this every time it updates, right? So and it's only going to update every 200 milliseconds. The simulation's already performant. The simulation probably only takes, maybe 10 milliseconds. I don't actually know how long, but it takes far less than 200 milliseconds. It takes far less than 10 milliseconds I think in the last time I tested, right? So that's pretty good in adding an extra 2 milliseconds to regenerate the chunk if there was an update. Now, my other problem is storing all the data. I also gotta figure out how to use this. So there's also this. This will run over generating the mesh this many times for, like, I guess, testing purposes. So if I wanted to generate the same mesh 1,000 times, this is just a test thing. It's not the entire world. I don't know the entire world, right? 1,000 iterations. 81 milliseconds, not too bad.
It's 65.
It definitely takes a lot longer to do this, but that's the thing. 1,000 chunks would take about a second to generate, which I don't think I'm gonna have 1,000 at once, right?
Yeah, you're gonna have like a max render,
or
so to speak.
Even then, there would probably be There's probably would be like a simulation distance where I only actually simulate, a 10 by 10. But I can still render, 100 by 100, which is a lot, but it's a long distance. You probably won't even see that far away. But I won't simulate those areas because you're not there. But I will.
Like in Minecraft, when you can set your simulation distance to 8, but you have your chunks at 16.
I don't actually know what Minecraft simulation distance does, but yeah.
It's for mob and block updates. So if you go out of if a mob goes out of the simulation distance, unless it's told otherwise, it will probably despawn. And if it doesn't despawn, it won't get any updates, so it just stays in place.
Yeah, 2 seconds to do 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 of these. It's not too bad. But that is also. That is a good sign, though, to see that this multiplies linearly at least and not exponentially, which would make sense. But yeah, because if this, this one iteration was about 2 milliseconds, multiply that 1,000 times, about 2,000, right? That's what you would hope to see. You don't want this to be more, because then you have some sort of exponential growth, which I guess wouldn't make sense how that would occur in this situation, but it could be possible. But yeah, the thing is, you only need to regenerate a chunk. Also, you only need to regenerate a chunk if something in it has updated. So it's entirely possible that, the sand has all settled in a majority of the chunks, but, maybe 3 or 4 of them have, sand falling in them and stuff happening, or explosions or whatever. So you're only regenerating a few of them. So you could probably, in fact, simulate a entire, 1,000 chunks, because maybe it's likely, but also not super likely, that it's likely to happen that all of the chunks need to be remeshed, but it is not likely that that's going to happen often.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that all of those chunks would need to be remeshed at once. But yeah. The other thing is
looks like rip off Minecraft.
Okay, so the thing I'm confused about here, their version 1, you could change the shading. It would actually kind of give things, I think, I don't know, I think it's ambient occlusion, I think that's what they call it, but it kind of gives things a shadow. So this is side shading based off of
the light source.
No, there's no light source. This is shading based off of the god damn it, I keep pressing space to go. This is just coloring the sides of things based off of the direction they're facing. Based off
What?
So there's no light source, but
like an imaginary light source.
Yeah,
like when you're drawing something.
So then there's ambient occlusion, which will do a little bit more of like a shadowing. So like along here, you would get kind of like a bit of a shadow on it, and it would usually isn't necessarily directional. It's just, oh, there's a block next to me. Okay, there's something next to me. I need to be shaded a little bit. And things like that, I think, in the ray marching get kind of difficult. This is water, not sky, which is interesting. Let's see the different color. Transparent objects also kind of get a little weird with this. You would probably render those separately. You would probably make a separate mesh.
Oh, so trippy.
And render the separate mesh, or you would just render transparent objects individually.
What the heck? Why is there just a random block?
I don't know, it's just the way it is. So I'm also... You can also change... Alright, let me... Because I keep pressing space and it makes me want to die. Let's set the iterations to 1. And then if you set this to false, it'll just generate terrain on the fly. Supposedly. But I guess not. If false. We should hit the else. Huh?
What the actual heck is.
La 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 la. It's just supposed to generate a chunk.
Maybe do the iteration thing.
What?
Oh,
That's just. Size. Generate terrain.
it's just burr.
Obviously, it's doing something.
Oh, it generated a red circle that wasn't even generated. But 0.097 milliseconds.
And that's also 64 by 64.
Is a Minecraft chunk 16 by 16?
I think so. Obviously, there's a little bit of face issues, as you can see.
Yeah. So weird.
Inside some of them. Some of the faces.
It's like you're in the fourth dimension.
Right?
I mean, if you are in the fourth dimension, you can.
I don't know where my terrain is though. This generates. Oh, it generates, but it doesn't load it. I think. So then I need to set this to true and tell it to load. $16. There we go. So it's gonna load the random terrain. There we go. Yeah, that's just the size of the chunks. Probably like a 16 by 16. Maybe. I don't know. Is that... Alright, let's actually read the code. So this is generate... What is save file? Load level file. Okay. So you have voxels.
Oh,
Let's see. Yeah, this generates chunks of that size.
The heck?
I'm trying to. Y is 0. Voxels data. No, because voxels is a vector. It just sets all of them to 0. Yeah, and you load that in. Generate terrain. Okay, this is chunks. So yeah, it's a 16 by 16 of chunks. What's the chunks? How do I change the chunk size?
But we did it. Hey, buddy.
CSP3. Oh, here we go. Chunk size. This is the dimensions of it. So if you want a chunk to be like a 16 by 16, things will probably break though. All this code that just doesn't run. If you define
Oh.
define BM implementation exactly one source file to include the implementation and include the measure H without that define as often as needed. This is being done because this is defined. So this should be
Pain.
the other thing that's makes things easier is texturing, I think, because it's a lot easier with real geometry to like reference textures. Like I think I'm not entirely. I guess texturing would be about the same in the ray marching. All right. Here's the measure. I don't know why you would include this without. I see, I guess. I think this is just to like prevent redefining implementation when you should just have an implementation file. This is all just headers, is what I'm saying. I see. You want to the implementation should be defined once. So really the implementation should be in a C++ file, not in the header. I don't understand. I guess it's an easy way to like single header. Voxels. Alright, voxels. The input data includes duplicate edge data from neighboring chunks, which is used for visibility calling. The input data is ordered in ZXY and is 64 cubed, which results in a 62 cubed mesh. Interesting.
The heck?
So basically, you need to provide padding of the chunks around it. So it knows which is for visibility calling. Alright, so basically the input data needs to be trying to brain fart. Basically, so the actual chunk size is 62 cubed. I see, that makes sense then why the... But it needs padding of the chunks around for the calling. Which isn't really an issue, I think.
Let me see. You need to go pee on the mailbox? Go pee. Well, you can pee on the mailbox. I'm not.
Brain not braining. Interesting. So that makes sense. Chunk size. Max 62. Why? Is it just the, I guess you went, well, you went 128. It's not possible. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I'm trying to think. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. Because chunks don't really. Chunks are just views. I want chunks to just be views into the data, essentially, and not to really be the data chunked, because, yes, it simplifies things, complicates things. Why does it complicate things? It doesn't. I can't imagine how it would, because if I'm using like an octree, if there's an efficient way to query an area, which I think there is. The problem with octree is I don't know how to like. Alright, let's go back to the falling sand sim, because there hasn't really been much of that in this stream. So I found an octree library, not this. It seems pretty decent for what I need. Even has like a nice like querying stuff built in to like query certain shapes. The problem with it, I'm trying to think. There's no built-in way to remove something. And I think that's where octrees kind of fail for my needs. I'm trying to think. That's where things kind of fail. The other thing that could be an issue is something like render distance. Which is where chunks are nice. Because octrees have a set area, a boundary. There's the boundaries.
Get on my PC.
Wow, Gabe, you're gonna abandon me?
Okay.
Because they need boundaries. The problem is the boundary needs to move. You gotta regenerate the whole. To change the boundary, essentially. Which maybe isn't an issue. But I'm not sure. Like, a lot of this could be modified just to use GLM vectors and built-in math. Built-in GLM can do all this stuff without the need of this. It would simplify it a lot. Use box inside cylinder. Get boundary from section. So the problem I have, and this is all just like template madness. It's like you can add, you can query. There's nothing for removing. Let's ask ChatGPT. Oh goodness.
I've forgotten how much I hate college applications.
Yeah, college applications suck. How can I implement a function to remove
I feel bad for being pulled up in my room.
something at a position? Can you not? And of course I can't spell. Oh, how can implement a function to move something from one type position to another? Wow, I cannot spell.
Can you not spell or can you not smell?
We love using ChatGPT. To implement the remove function, or remove an item at a specified position, and a move function to move an item from one position to another, we need to consider the structure and hierarchy of the octree. The remove function will search the octree for the given position, remove the item if it exists, and adjust the hierarchy as needed. Move function. The move function will move the item from the original position and re-add it at the new position. Boundary checking. Alright. So we go ahead and find ourselves up here. Did we just rewrite implementation in here? Okay. Query. So we already have add. We just need to put the add and move functions in here. Templates moment. That's right, because you have to put all the implementation in the header anyway. Why can I not tab an entire block? Why is this being like actual writing shader code? Where did my syntax highlighting go? Why am I having to manually do this? Alright, we're gonna close this because it's being dumb and I don't want to deal with it. Please, yes, close. Restart. Just being like shader code. I don't even have syntax highlighting here. What the hell?
Oh, I opened my docs and it like one of the titles of the essays on here. Is this essay such harder than your mom did?
Just because it doesn't belong to any of the context doesn't mean
Like, say that again?
you don't need the syntax highlight and stuff. What the fuck? What in the actual frick?
And then in the teacher's Wikipedia page, not some random. Yeah. You do your last name and then like the name of the essay and then the month and year. That's how you know which essays get turned in and which essays are just rough drafts.
Why is this? What happened to my syntax highlighting and stuff? Oh my god, why? I am not of any understanding why. This is unable to figure out what it needs to do in order to work. Alright, I need to like restart. Let's force restart. I don't know what happened to my syntax highlighting, but it's not working and it's going to make me quite mad. I do not. Why? No. No, why do you. Huh? Excuse me. I just don't get it. I don't. I'm not sure why this is failing to. Something's not right somewhere. It's probably like a missing semicolon or something. Get rid of that. Manually specify variables not used in project. Okay. And if we go here, turn off the particle system. Include octree C++ using octree. GLM IVEC3. And the data we'll just say is in so we do octree I don't know how to use this stupid library example. Using octree. Okay, so do that. There we go. We want GLM IVEC 3 parenthesis. So we're not auto casting. Things get kind of weird. Boundary. And GLM IVEC 3.
For Voxley, they're in.
I don't know why you think you're allowed to start playing. Please, thank you. Alright, so we get an octree with a boundary. Then we can octree dot add the capital names. The data wrapper. It's something like a position and then the float, I believe. So it'd be a 1. We'll just say 5, 5, 5. We don't need to be this large. Let's just do like negative 20. And then we can just, we'll do that. 20 by 20 by 20 by 20 by 20 by 20 by 20, if you know what I'm saying. Alright. Yeah, we're all good. Let's see. Okay, so we'll 5, 5, 5. And then we can octree dot remove GLM IVEC 555. So if we do octree dot query, query, and I think it's octree all. Octree does not name value query. Query object all. What are you complaining about? Does not name a value. That's not right. Back to the example, apparently. Octree query, all query octree data wrapper. Apparently that's the way to do it. Unused result of the function just returns a vector of wrappers. So you could probably just say auto. I'll just say auto values. And then for value and values, standard C out value dot data std and l, and we're going to want to do this again after we remove. After, and then this. I expect this entirely to crash. ChatGPT is never right. One. I mean, I guess I should add more context. Point found at value dot vector dot x. I'm not gonna put the whole like thing. Before, after. I'll go ahead and run. Yeah, I guess that did work. Okay, if we y z, and we need to add space after each. String format when, I guess it does exist, I'm just being lazy. Let's just make void print. It'll be vector of data wrapper. That's too much work. We'll just copy the code. It's fine. Okay. And we need to change the values. For point found at 555 equals 1. Cool. Now if I octree dot remove or move the thing at 555 to the thing. Let's move it to some place arbitrary. Go ahead and do this. Values move. Move. Initial move remove. I'll just say add. Okay. Alright, so point found at 555, then point found at 1032, then we remove point found at 1032. Alright. So now we gotta wrap this and or modify it to do what we want. I think I'll probably just wrap it so that I have an easier interface to work with. And this would go in particle system, I guess, because, well, I don't know. Particle data is just stored all in one place. We have this right now, particle chunks, all on particle data. So we probably want to have a particle data instead holds ourselves the octree. Manager, so we can like move things and whatnot. The only thing chunks will be for is saving and loading data in. The nice thing is then we don't need to do all that. And then rendering's gonna break. Particle conversion, octree particles. We don't really need chunk thing. I guess I need to think of the design for this now. Alright. It might be simple to just start by going to particle system again to keep the particle data. This is much a mess. We have particle data. So, okay, so we want, let's do it here. This is probably fine. And then we can figure out how we actually want to structure it when we get it to work. So, things are not going to be very efficient either. I'm going to just make a namespace, private. We'll just call it particle. So we already have particle data, so can't. We'll just poorly name it for now. We'll make a class. Data. So we'll just call it particles. It'll, poorly. We'll make the constructor, the destructor. We'll make private. So we need a private octree. We'll just go in here and say using octree equals octrees C++ glm ivec3 and int. We'll actually say unsigned int. It's the particle type, essentially. We'll comment that. ivec3 particle type int glm ivec3. Whatever. So that way this can all be kept right in here. Let's also include here, not great practice, however, it should keep it out up here, so I don't have like, it'll keep it out of here, and then I don't need it here, because I don't want it there. This is kind of its own thing. We don't have to like worry about it. So we need the octree. Yes, we need to initialize. We'll probably do octree, new octree, probably some sort of bounds.
Hey, Jonah.
Yeah.
Do you think you can start paying your psychotherapy bills now?
I guess. How much are they?
It's $80 per visit.
Oh, that's not too bad.
I'm just curious if you're a big boy, you have a job, so.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Huh?
I guess I can.
You want me to pay this last bill and then you start paying for it from then on, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll have to remind me.
Okay.
Where was I? Oh. Okay, we're not doing octree stuff here. Thing. So. I was gonna make a struct for bounds. We'll just say it's a glm ivec3 min and max. That way we have something cleaner to deal with than the templated BS than that has. So we'll just say const bounds reference bounds, and we'll say bounds. It's gonna go plain because it can't convert. The octree cannot be initialized. Alright, let's go in here. Octree is initialized with boundary, min, and max. Yeah, I really hate the capital letters. So we'll do bounds.min. I don't know why this wants to do it in the reverse. Bounds.max. There we go. Okay, what is this complaining about? Octree cannot initialize memory octree with R value of type or octree pointer. Ha. I don't want a pointer. Or do I? No. Is there a proper way to destroy the octree? Or is it just take care of that itself? We'll find out someday, I suppose. Okay. Constructor. Then we're gonna want maybe like a chunk. And I guess a chunk has some sort of bounds. So basically its size and 3 position. And that'll be used to query. So we'll do a chunk. Get chunk. Now, how do I want chunks to look? Do I want chunks to be... How do I want chunks to work? Do you want it so you have to get it every time? Or should it be something that's just a view into? And you have to, or it'll manually update itself with what's currently there when you use it. Or is this I just want to get an area of particles? You only get a chunk. So it doesn't return to me. These are the value. This is the value we want. Get chunk. A position. We probably want to initialize as well with an int chunk size. And then chunk size. We want an unsigned int chunk size This line is getting pretty long, so we'll put these on the lines. So you get the chunk size, and then we, okay, so what a chunk is,
Because I took your VC trees.
thanks.
Is it okay if I pay you back in the next day or two?
Do a chunk. You probably just want to just get all particles. Return. You probably have private. We want octree a reference to it. I don't think you can actually put references in. We might as well make this a class. Public chunk. We'll take a const bounds, reference bounds. Oh, I don't need these if I already have the bounds. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Stop playing for a minute. Alright. How long have I been live? 4 hours. Pretty good. Alright. Might as well just make this a class. So we want the bounds. We'll go ahead and initialize with the bounds. We also need we need an octree reference. Probably better to do a pointer. This actually probably complain of me. Is that even allowed? I have no idea. So basically, to get all particles, you would just octree dot query octree. Let's see, circle and query. Where is a normal query for a normal shape, like a square. Cylinder, no. Cube. Rectangle. Jeez. Does it not have octree query, all query, sphere query, circle query, cylinder, parade, and or not. Parade query. Alright, how do you make the queries again? All query. Okay. Let's also move this in here. And then query is data wrapper, T data wrapper, octree T data wrapper, octree T data wrapper, query object. Okay, please give me the usage. The query object. Okay. We're gonna have to like open one of these tabs. One of these. I closed it. God darn it. Is it this one? Yeah. Octree sphere. Okay. So the proper way to do this is octree. Queries octree and returns the results. Predefined queries can be user, or you can define your own. Fulfill concept is query. Why is there not a cube query? Octree query. Or and cylinder takes 0.1 and 0.2. This just takes a function. I see. And because I can't be bothered, we will ask GPT, how can I add a rectangle, just say rect query? To add a rect query to the system, you need to define a new struct similar to the existing, such as sphere circle. The check will check whether a point is inside a specified rectangular region in 2D, 3D space, and whether a boundary overlaps with the rectangle. What is the most efficient way to get points in a select area in an octree? I think that's what this is already doing. Way too far. Rect query. Adding query to the octree using rect. Sphere query, cylinder query. Why is there syntax and highlighting in here finally? How do I tell us the position? The rect query needs bounds and position. I want to be able, not beat, be able query a rectangular area at a position. For example, I want to be able to get points in a 5 by 5 by 5 area already seems better. There's no for loops. I don't know why it made for loops. Jeez. Alright, and then we need to add using rect equals rect query t data wrapper. Alright, particle system. Can we? Oh, God damn it. Why is this being annoying? It's stuck on trying to. Okay, fine. I'll close the tabs myself because you can't seem to figure that out, apparently. So main and this and an octree thing. Okay. So octree rect bounds min. That's not right. And max. There we go. I guess we want some sort of output. Auto points. The other problem is I think this copies values, it doesn't actually. I would probably rather have pointers or references, but that's a problem for later that we can deal with. So, 4 points. We should probably bounds. We probably want. Well, we know the size. We have the bounds. It's probably better to have chunk size and chunk world position. You have to do math every time to get value, but it's nice to have the other values because then you don't have to do math to get the other values. Alright, it's probably just have all the values. It's fine. Unsigned int chunk size.
Pistachios?
Unsigned int chunk size. Chunk size, chunk size, chunk size. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Add cost, fine. So we have, probably don't want a reference. We probably just want.
I'm redoing the essays I wrote while I was in
Cause then we want let's say standard standard array. Please help me out here. Cannot resolve symbol array. What? Standard array. Okay, I'll just do it myself.
But really, it would just do
Huh? Oh. Using standard. I have no clue. So I'm in a namespace, I guess. Initialize to 0. Particles. Not particulars, particles. Alright. Now this is complaining because we need a type. So we need unsigned int. We need the size, which is chunk size to the power of 3.
really hope I get into it. I'll take all that student test.
const int size cannot substitute template argument size for non-type template parameter under size. What? Oh, this actually has to be static value. Vector unsigned int particles. Let me tell it size. Let me say particles, not dot clear. Can you lock a vector? Who knows?
Ooh, oh. Ah. Mommy. That doesn't look very great, does it?
So your particle data x3 to array.
Be careful. You could ask me.
View particle types. What's a span? Takes a vector. Size max extent. Where is this initialized? Particle types data. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Spans. Okay, that's helpful. View. Particles view is auto standard MD span particles.
Are you sure you want a ridiculously long star?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Just why not?
Because it becomes a fraction.
It's like usually like around. It's like almost done, but like I wanted it to be like this.
Okay.
Particle view
That's usually how I do this.
I just think if you could try to finish that ball off, it's going to show you how exactly.
Yeah. So
view
So I don't want you to do that.
axis. You need to
I've only used like half of it with this.
array. So we need standard array of int or does it need to be int 3 point xyz equals point And then out of this we get vector of unsigned int, and you return particles. So the MD span is just a view into that vector. We also probably want to standard move. I don't know if it auto moves. But basically we're giving this to you. Alright, so get all particles, we'll always just query what's in there now. You can also void set insert particles. Probably not a great name. Not a great name. Fix me. Not a great name. Basically, this is just for loading and eventually you probably wouldn't get all particles, you probably just have this manage everything. Like the let's see, simulation would be separate. You probably just have this, you probably have different chunk types that like derive from this, like the base functionality of this just has these as private or protected, probably, yeah, protected, and then you would have like a like serialized, deserialized chunk type, and a render chunk type. They both. Oh, I don't know. It's probably not a good idea either. So insert particles would just take a vector, and for each point, you do octree dot add, which is not right. We'd have a vector. I'm trying to think. We just want a list of. You want more. I probably want more of like a hash map. So an unordered map of glm ivec3 unsigned int reference particles mapping, and then you would probably have mapping, and then you would have auto position and auto value. Why? One side. Now, then you would do octree add. Why is this an airing? T data wrapper. Which is the position and the value. So you could grab a chunk. The problem is that really you're just not. This wouldn't go on chunk because you can just load particles. Get chunk is really only so you can just. It's really just for rendering, essentially. Alright. Insert particle. Okay. Particle. And you really don't need to know this in octrees, not a great name. We already used particle data. Particles. Data manager. We'll just call it that for now. And whatever's happening in here, we don't really care about. Yeah. So you get chunk. Yeah, we just need to implement this. Because we need the chunk size. So position would be get chunks. We need a new chunk. Chunk size bounds. We have to do, and then octree reference. So bounds would probably be position plus chunk size, and we probably need to glm ifec3 chunk size. Chunk. And that's kind of it. Add const. Yeah. So how would I integrate this into the current mess that I've created here? To test that it actually, like, works.
Alexa, stop.
Well, that skipped a lot.
Enchilada timer stopped on Amber's Echo Dot.
Sounds like
Chunks, we don't care. We need a way to convert chunk to chunk so we can continue doing everything else. So basically, insert particles. Or we can just have a separate thing for now. Demo new chunk, new particle data thing. So we need a particle data manager particles. How do you initialize this? Chunk size and bound. Okay. Chunk size and bounds GLM IVEX3. We'll just say 0 to GLM IVEX3. Chunk size times 3. So we have 3 by 3 area of chunks, essentially. That's pretty long and hard to figure out what's going on there. 3 by 3 area of chunks. Basically. Alright, that's pretty much it. That kind of just handles it all. Probably will want to store all these chunk reference thingies. So, what can you do with the particles chunk? You can render, try, get chunk distance, update. Right, yeah, not the best. I guess really the only way to test is, for now, let's figure out what we're drawing. So try place particle at, this will be drawing. We'll also do particles data, no, particles data dot insert particles, and we'll just create a map.
this took place literally 100. It's Christmas.
Looking at particle
So
pose.
it's 100 years.
So this question is asking about how I collaborated with others to work on the mission or contribute to the community together. I was a drum major. Almost like extracurricular stuff.
And there should be draw type. Then we can pass the particles map. This will insert. And then
I think it's
I suppose every render we can just particles data dot get chunk. And then we'll have a chunk. Okay, there we go. Then we can do chunk, get all particles. That gives us a vector, so we can for const auto reference particle in here, and then standard cout particle.
I'm gonna do its final row. How do you take it?
Does it compile is the first question. No. Oh my. Oh goodness. Right, let's see. Well, it's not helpful.
Did the stitch come off?
Here and here and here. I just stitched it on. Yeah, just messed it up. The end fell off on this. Those times. Just put a little bit up there.
So the room is working both sides at the same time, split it and the pro side.
Unless you do it a different way, because you don't make it sort of do it and then for this particular. So, do you want it to be tight or do you want it to kind of
We'll just include these. Oh. Let's do this thing. And we need to include array apparently. Forgot that I actually did end up using it. Alright. X is not a member of data wrapper T vector. What? Oh. Point vector. So I need point dot vector dot x. And then point dot data. Okay. Consider reference deleted function unhash. We need a hashing function, don't we? Onward map.
Try to block on my timer.
How can I make an unordered map with the key of GLM IVEX3 and C++23? Lazy moment. Yeah. Do I really need to get my equality though? And then when I make this one and here unordered map, we need to do particles data manager IVEX3 hash. For some reason we can't access, and that's because I put it here and not here. Alright, and then that should be good. Alright.
I think I stretched it too long at first.
No, I can't. Oh, I need to re-enable render so I know what the hell I'm doing.
When you get to about here, because you hold it so long, don't pull the loop off of it.
If particle is equals 0, then just not return, continue. No, we're not having to print because it's probably halting it. based on the position of it. What we do is it's just don't draw on edges apparently. What if I should probably just return span. I don't know. Okay, so we can in fact insert things. Yes.
Quite sublime. Don't let the dog
Alright, that's pretty good. Not a lot of progress actually, but good enough progress. I'll probably start the stream back up later, but for now I gotta go eat and stuff. So I guess we'll try to actually integrate this into my thing now. It just needs to be cleaned up badly. Yeah.
Chicken jacks.
Yeah, okay. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. If anyone's even there. I will see you all later.